Pretty late.
It's already gone.
There we go.
That worked.
This is the guy that's never late. Never late.
No, I was here.
For 3 minutes.
I second that. That's the only laugh we're getting in this meeting. Let's get it over with.
Have some fun now, because I don't think the rest of this is gonna be fun.
Let's pop the balloon and move forward.
I'm with you.
It's wild. It's wild up here. Okay, have I got a secretary somewhere? Who's my secretary, clerk, scribe, whatever?
You know, as long as our mayor's on.
We got the mayor here. We got Councilor Pesa, Council Lady Bess, and I don't have a scribe.
I could, if you don't wanna do it.
Well, I don't know. I need a minute taker. Then well, I see the clerk sitting there. Maybe I ought to just rope her in.
Who usually does minutes? Who usually does minutes?
Mr. Chair, the minutes are being recorded? She's going to take minutes. Okay.
Okay. Is the recording on? We good?
Jeff, are we set up?
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, now we're good. Boy, don't get mad at me, guys. Took 3 minutes to get the dadgum buttons pushed.
Too late.
Well, I'm gonna try. Okay, so we're gonna call July 14th special meeting Finance Committee to order. And the clerk will note the members present, and also, we got a whole bunch of visitors, so just list them. If you don't know who they are, go tap them on the shoulder and find out. Okay, so, I need a motion for approval of the agenda. Counselor,
Second.
got a motion and a second. Any objections? So ordered. Okay, first item on the agenda is the final budget adjustments for 23. And I think, Chanel, are you the one that's in charge of this?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Today we're asking for approval of our final fiscal year 2023 budget adjustment in the amount of $200,469 in revenue and $5,564 in expense, to include transfers as well. In the revenues, restricted donations was $1,000, and this is to bring the budget in line with actuals for the safe haven or the baby box. And in the cannabis fund, this is to establish a budget in the cannabis fund because we are being required by DFA to separate this out. In expenses, $640. In the restricted donation, again, this is for the baby box to bring the budget in line with actuals, and in the cannabis fund to establish a budget for the administrative fee. In transfers, transfers in and transfers out, you will see both equal each other. The transfers include indirect cost transfers to the general fund from landfill and wastewater. That was not established in the original budget through those line items. And to bring the budget in line with actuals for transfers between the general fund and the museum fund, zoo, and golf. And then in the capital improvement fund, we took the cash balance to zero, and so those were for the projects on the fiscal year 2024 budget. And I will stand for any questions.
Questions? No questions? Okay, what's your pleasure? Counselor. I've got a motion to approve. I've got a second. Any other discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none, passes 4-0. Moving on, Resolution 23XX approving the June 30th, 2023 fourth quarter report to DFA. Is this still you, Chanel?
Yes. So our fourth quarter report, we are required by DFA to have approved by resolution. The recap is included in your packets. It has the beginning cash, which would have been our fiscal year 2022 ending cash balance. It has our revenues, transfers, and expenditures. These are all actuals. Any adjustments, which are primarily net changes in the balance sheet accounts, our final balance reserves, and our adjusted ending cash balance. The adjusted ending cash balance on the fourth quarter report will be our beginning cash balance for our fiscal year 2024 budget. And I will stand for any questions.
Questions? No questions? Questions? Councilor Perry, you don't have any questions? Okay, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we send to full council.
Thank you, but I don't want the job.
What's that?
You said, Mr. Mayor.
Boy, that tasted bad in my mouth. I need to wash my mouth out.
Here's some water right now.
I apologize.
I don't want the job.
I apologize for offending you, Mr. Mayor.
Whoa!
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we send to full council the resolution yet to be numbered, approving the final DFA fourth quarter financial report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023 for the city of Roswell, New Mexico, as presented.
Got a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, any opposition? Motion passes 4-0. Now, we're to adopting and approving the final budget for FY24. And Mr. Fuentes, are you on this, or is this Chanel, Chad, or Janie?
That will be me.
Okay, proceed, Ms. Davies.
If you look at page 15 of your packet, this is the summary of changes from the preliminary budget to our final budget. The beginning cash balance, which is reflected on pages 12 through 14, all the beginning cash balances have been updated with the 6/30/2023 balances. Adjustments to beginning cash during preliminary budget were completed in the fiscal year 23 or updated to include the fiscal year 24 final budget. We had $1,480,155.94 that was the insurance premium that we had anticipated in the final budget to be paid out before June 30th. It was not. So we sent a request to DFA telling them that the only change there would be moving it out of the beginning cash and into an expense account. And they approved that. So we've moved $1,480,155.94 into general fund expenses. The same with $250,000 that was a bill for Eastern New Mexico Medical Center. We did not get that paid before June 30th. So instead of reducing beginning cash, we've moved it into an expense account. As Chanel mentioned, we zeroed out the capital improvement fund, so we did transfers based on general fund, cemetery fund, and museum, which were the projects that were a part of capital improvement, and we moved those into each one of the separate departments. So we're reallocating the actual beginning cash on all of that. The golf carts for the golf course did not come in before June 30th. It was another one that we had reduced beginning cash. So we are picking that up as an expense in '24 as opposed to reducing cash. Are there any questions on the beginning balances?
Question.
Okay. Revenue pages are 17 through 34 in your packet, and we had no changes to revenue. Transfers are pages 36 through 42. We had additional transfers out from general fund for museum to give their ending cash balance as zero. The same with recreation and golf. When the year ended, the cash balance wasn't there that we had anticipated, and we had to do another transfer to bring them to a zero. We cannot submit a budget with a fund in the red. Any questions on those? Personnel are pages 43 through 61. We had the day of the preliminary budget meeting, Roswell Police came and said that they did not see any uniform allowance for them. So before we submitted the preliminary budget, we went ahead and increased their budget $85,000 to add for the police uniforms that were omitted in the preliminary budget. So this was done after your packet, but before we submitted the preliminary to DFA. The same with personnel costs for the judge. Did not realize that in January, the salary for the judge would increase. So we've increased the salary to meet what the state statute says. Recreation, we had an issue in the spreadsheet, and we had to increase recreation's personnel service by $267,909. Questions on payroll? Operating expenses are pages 62 through 124. We removed the $117,000 from the fire to reflect ambulance cost. The $1,480,155.94 was added in operating expense for the insurance. The same with the $250,000 for Eastern New Mexico Medical Center. Grants, any grants that we have received between preliminary and final that we actually have grant agreements on, we gave those grants full budget authority, so their funds will go down to a zero balance. The same with restricted donations. We gave them full budget authority for what they actually had in their donation accounts. And then capital, the only change that we did to capital, which is pages 125 through 143, is we added the golf carts to the golf fund because those carts did not come in by year end. And those are the only adjustments we made to the budget. So we'll stand for any questions.
Questions? Question?
Right here.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, a question to start with, the almost 1.5 for the back pay of the employee insurance bill. By passing this, my concern is that by adding that in here, we are saying that we're going to pay it. We're putting it into the budget. We're saying we're going to pay it. I just read 2 articles that was sent to me by a good friend of mine about what is happening, and I'm a little concerned because I have not heard from anyone in the city yet, while there is the New Mexico Municipal League that is taking this to court, and there is numerous cities across New Mexico, and it's not a political thing. We've got people from this side of the state that are rather conservative. You have folks from the other areas, whether that be Las Cruces or others, that may have a different way of thinking. But they've all come together and wrote resolutions in support of fighting this with the state. And after speaking with the Municipal League, because I did not know that that was happening. I did not know that until I saw the articles that that was happening. So when I questioned them, that's when I found out that Roswell has not chosen to participate thus far in that, so I'd like to know a little bit about where we are there.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Perry, I would love to discuss, so I've been discussing with Clinton Nicely at the Municipal League about whether or not it benefits Roswell to enter or not, and I would prefer to discuss that with you in a closed session to give you more details if you'd like.
Mr. Chairman, are you comfortable in going into closed session to discuss this situation? Okay. Make a motion that we go into closed session to follow the state statute. I don't have the NMSA number.
I think that's close enough.
Okay, to concern potential pending lawsuit, okay?
Got a motion and a second? Roll call vote?
We'll need a
Mr.
roll
Chair-
call.
Roll call vote.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Corn?
Yes.
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 Okay, we'll take a little break. Oh, sure. I don't care. Mayor wants to come, he can come too.
Mr. Vice Chair, for the record, Chairman Corn is late again. I'll just say that.
You get started without Chairman Corn?
Okay, we've had a quick executive session. No decisions were made. I need a motion to get us back.
Mr. Chairman, I just make the statement that we were in closed session. No discussion was made outside of the parameters of what is allowed by law, and no decisions were made.
And,
Make a motion to come back into session, or do we need it?
Yep.
You don't need a motion to come back in. I can do one if you want it, but it doesn't
let's do
require
it.
one.
And I want a roll call on it.
Make a motion to come back in to,
Don't want to come back.
where are we at? Finance Committee. We were in closed session, and nothing was discussed outside of the purview of the law allowing, and no decisions were made.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to come out of executive session. Any opposition? Hearing none, we're back on the final budget for the city of Roswell fiscal year. Actually, this is the FY '24 budget, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, further questions about this? We were talking about the late bill for medical. Further discussions?
Mr. Chairman, we're getting close to time. I do want to see consideration, I think we've discussed before, concerning the employees. The employees have been through a lot, as all of us have through COVID. It's been a hard time for everyone, and it's been a hard time for government too, so I'm being fair about what I say. But this is, cost of living's gone up almost 9%. And I know that when a family like mine is feeling it, I know that y'all are feeling it as well. I think all of us have. And so I think that there still needs to be room for consideration. I will recognize, Mr. Chairman, that under the purview of what we're allowed to do by DFA, we can't make that change in what is presented. And I'm willing to yield to that. But I want to see an assurity. I want to see a unification from this council to be able to show these employees when they come back in here. If anyone show up, they may be the same crowd we've got, but to let our employees know that we take this serious and that we're going to we're going to search hard. I do believe that there is room to be able to give it still. And as you and I have discussed, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate your phone call after the last meeting, which got a little louder than we like them to be, but I appreciate the phone call, and we had a great conversation to discuss some of these matters. I still think there's room in a budget amendment. A budget amendment can cover almost anything. You can change you can change almost anything but your beginning cash balance. You You can change where monies are going to flow, where monies are going to go to. You can change your projected revenue. You can change almost anything in a budget. So I believe there is definitely room. I have brought material with me to be able to show the scale on what we've seen from 2012 until now. I recognize that there was the article in the newspaper, and the article in the newspaper was very, very well written, and it discussed budgeted situations, but we didn't see actuals. And actuals is where that's where the numbers stop. Numbers are constantly floating around in a budget. Even with my home, numbers are constantly changing. My priorities in January change in February. My priorities in February change in March, and my budget is constantly changing at the home. But something that doesn't change is the actuals. At the end of the day, what is stamped at the end of the day. And so I think that paints a little different story about how we've been as a municipality. I went back I asked for the information from 2012 for, just because I wanted to go back more than just 3 or 4 or 5 years. I wanted to go back and see really some historic information. So I believe that our revenues are being considered drastically under what should be projected. We were drastically under this last year, the projections. So I think that there's much room for the ability to make these considerations. And Mr. Chairman, I'm more than willing, if we need to, just as a committee, just to move this forward to City Council and have this more lengthy conversation with full council, because we'll have it again. I'm more than willing just to move this on to full council and have that discussion then, or we can do that now, but I recognize our time is getting short. No, I'm,
You can't, you're not, it's improper to discuss and then make a motion.
that's correct. Am I willing to make one? Possibly. I have one written here that I'd be glad to hand out and discuss, but if you've got something. Oh, absolutely. No. Yes, sir. I'm willing to. Yes, sir. Take it up with the full council. Yes, sir.
Okay, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second. You're down here 3 times in seconds, by the way. You're breaking your record. So, any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Any opposed to the motion to send this on to the special city council, which is supposed to start in 5 minutes? Hearing none. Any objection? Hearing none. Passes 4-0. Thank you. We're adjourned. Oh, okay. Well, do I have to? Is it on the agenda? Darn it. I'm gonna make it a rule. If you're chairman of one committee, you can't be on another committee. Any public discussion? Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Okay, there you go.
Is it chaos coordinator or chaos creator? I'm confused.
Pick your poison.
Okay, all right.
Pick your poison. All right, now can I adjourn? Councilman Hildebrand, chairman of legal? Okay, all right. We're adjourned.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Sir?
she had to zip down to Carlsbad. I tried to tell her it's all a function of time. If she drives a little faster, she won't be late. But she didn't listen, I guess. Maybe our clerk could call her and ask her if she could drive a little faster.
Call a cat, anybody out there?
Somebody, can we get a police escort to escort her into town with lights and siren? Fire truck?
Turn on the lights, give her a ticket.
You know, that's the difference between having good fun and Bobby's fun. Okay. Okay, well, hopefully she can catch up with us. We'll call this meeting to order if the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Foster?
Present.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Present.
Counselor Corn?
Here,
Counselor Arnold?
Here.
Counselor Best? Counselor Oropesa?
here,
Counselor Moore? Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? Counselor Perry?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Oh, that's good, okay. Okay, if we can have we have a quorum, so we can have the pledge of allegiance and an invocation by, let's see, Councilman Perry, would you do another invocation, since you're,
Yes, sir.
we'll use you a little bit, give you some practice for your new assignment. Thank you. Councilman Arnold, please play.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you today and we just ask for your presence, Lord. We ask for your wisdom. We ask for your will. And dear Heavenly Father, as we come together to look at this final budget and to try to do what we can to do our best job for the citizens of Roswell, Lord, I pray that we would hear each other, and Lord, and that your will would be done this day. Continue to bless those that are serving us, protect them, and Lord, just keep our nation free. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, the first item on the agenda today is going to be to approve the agenda. So, Council Lady Arnold, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for the July 14th, 2023 special city council meeting.
We have a motion by Council Lady Arnold, second by Councilman Corn, to approve the agenda today. Is there any discussion? Is there any reason our little lights aren't working, our vote box? I mean, I didn't know, that's fine, I didn't know. They should be. They should be? Do I have to turn it on somewhere? It's always just been on. Oh, there he goes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda. Councilman Foster, did you want to speak to this? No, I was just seeing. Oh, it worked. Sorry. Oh, I thought I turned it on. Okay, well, that's okay. Is there any other discussion about the approval of the agenda? Seeing none, if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
yes,
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
yes,
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Perry?
Aye.
By a vote of 8 in the affirmative, none in the negative, our agenda has been approved. Okay, So next we have public participation. If anyone is signed up to speak, I don't have a list of anyone, so we have the first thing then, after anyone that care to speak? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go to our next regular agenda items. Item number 2, Resolution 23-34. And this is a resolution 2334 in support of a proposal to host the National Championship Air Races Show and Air Show. Okay, so we have Councilman Arnold.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 23-34 in support of a proposal to host the National Championship Air Races and Air Show.
Is that Councilman Foster? I believe so. Okay. Okay, is there, okay, if you would, Councilman Arnold.
So, thank you, everybody. I am actually presenting in lieu of Mike Espiritu for the Roswell Chaves County Economic Development Center. I was elected to be the committee chair to help organize this, so I'm going to kind of give some details of what the Reno Air Race Association is about and what we're looking at. The Reno Air Race Association has hosted the National Championship Air Race and Air Show in Reno, Nevada for the last 59 years. They have outgrown their location at Reno Stead Airport due to development and are looking for a new home. The annual event is in September with a training certification event each June. The economic impact of this event is, according to a 2019 economic impact study, is 68,810 unique visitors, 390 million in economic impact without multipliers. If conservative multipliers are used, the impact is 175 million and change. The event will rival the Albuquerque Hot Air Balloon Festival. The EDC is actively involved with this economic development project through administrative and fiscal support. Initially, a RAW committee was created to determine if this was a project that Chaves County could feasibly host. And 4 committee members traveled to Reno for the pre-bidders conference to learn more and consider submitting a request for proposal. After attending the conference, the information was presented to a committee and community members, and it was determined that it is absolutely achievable to reach the short list of 4 communities. The larger project leadership team consists of Kyle Bullock, Chief Lance Bateman, DC Dan Fuller, Matt Chappell of the FAA at the airport, Commissioner Dara Dana, John Hitchcock, Mike Espiritu, Chad Cole, Bill Williams, Mike Matthews, Karen Sanders, Todd Wagner, Councilors Halverson, Korn, and myself. What I'm asking today is that you support us with this resolution. We have sent letters of support to congressional leaders, legislative leaders, the governor, local leadership, and we found that instead of 10 letters of support, that a resolution would suffice, because at this point we are submitting a proposal. We're submitting a bid which is due August 11th. The EDC has hired Mead and Hunt to do an official proposal, and so everything's looking pretty good. We're on a great time schedule, and hopefully we'll have that proposal complete by August 9th. So again, I just want to reiterate that your support would be very valuable, and I would like to invite Councilwoman Halverson or Councilman Korn to share their thoughts.
And so we might just note that Council Lady Halverson graced our presence at 3:42 in the afternoon. We're sorry, we did send a police escort to escort you.
They didn't show up, so. No, I just think this is a great opportunity for Roswell. I know in the past, many of you have been involved or attended the air shows, and you remember how large they were and how well attended they were, and I think this is just another opportunity to help Roswell grow. So, thank you.
Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Need to give a shout out to the Southeastern New Mexico Development District. Not only their very able staff, but their board has voted to initially get the funding together for the proposal. They helped with the expenses of the trip out to Reno. Matter of fact, they're having a meeting today out there with some additional interested communities. But it's been an all hands on deck. There's been lots of contribution by the city and the various people that were previously mentioned. County's on board. I understand we've got a letter from the volunteer fire department. I visited with the FAA FSDO over in Lubbock earlier this week. Gave them our preliminary planning for the actual event, and they had no initial objections to anything. And it's been an exciting, busy project for many of us. And if we're lucky enough to get into the Final Four, then a bunch of us are going to go back out there in September as their guests. I would also like to point out that one of their board members will be here for the annual EDC luncheon coming up in a few weeks. And it was just an interesting meeting. They were very open to our possibility, and we'll see. Just cross your fingers at this point. We're getting everything done that we know to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would just like to say in our discussions with this and with the economic development, it's going to be a large undertaking on our part, but it should really probably fill every hotel room in Artesia and Artesia and Ruidoso too have a real good shot at that, and even Carlsbad. These air shows are very well attended, and they're really exciting as well. So it's something that something that is a real good opportunity for us. There are a lot of challenges in it because you have those planes are racing out over the terrain, and they have specific things they have to go around and everything. It's a big deal, and they have thousands of visitors, and they move in it. It's a year-round facility that they bring in here and to keep these planes and get them in and get them going. So it's not just a weekend game that's there. They're going to be here year-round in facilities here because they promote this air show around the clock, and it's established. And so we're in a very fortunate situation to have such a huge airfield here that some of our runways you can almost land crossways on. They're so darn big, and it's really going to be a big opportunity for Roswell, assuming we can get this. We really have a good shot at doing it because of our facilities, and so I commend Mr. Espiritu as well for his ability to get together, and when they picked Mead and Hutt to put our proposal together. Mead and Hutt is a very well recognized aviation consultant out there that certainly will enhance our credence to getting this air show here in Roswell. And lucky the Roswell and Reno, it's pretty close together, so have the same beginning letters. It can be a lot of fun. I think we provide an awful lot of notoriety to them as well, because of the Roswell incident. It's one more thing that through aviation and space travel or space travel in space, either way, we're gonna keep this and keep our airport in extremely highly visible and functional way. So it's a very good deal. Okay, any comments from members of the committee, or from any of the members? Okay, seeing none, then for item 23-34, on a motion by Councilor Lady Arnold and a second by Councilman Forrester, in support of a proposal to host the National Air Races and Air Show. If the clerk would call the roll, please. And we do need 6 members of the body to vote, so if the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes, with a statement.
By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, Resolution 23-34 as supporting the National Championship Air Races and Air Show in Roswell has been approved. Councilman Perry.
Not an explanation of vote, Mr. Mayor. I fully support, just as through reading the resolution again. If Mr. Cole, if you could just see there, under the the second whereas the city encouraged the development of aviation facilities, one of needs to come out. And then whereas the Reno Air Race Association was founded in 1964 and hosted by National Championship Air Races, the E needs to come out of races.
One more time.
And then the final, now therefore be hereby resolved by this governing body. We need an R in there.
Yeah,
If I may interject and ask a quick question. Mr. Eintema, when you're actually inserting these into the system, does it actually grammatically correct them before they go into the official system? I mean, do you understand what I'm asking?
Everything that gets voted on is supposed to be reproved before getting signed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, I think maybe for the next finance committee, would you please check and see if we can find spell check for our people there? There'll be,
number check too.
and number check. Okay, moving right along here in the spirit of happiness and goodwill, we have item 3, Resolution 23-35. Consider adopting Resolution 23-35, approving the year-end budget adjustments for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt Resolution 2335, approving the year-end budget adjustments for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2023.
Motion. We have a motion by Councilman Corn, a second by Councilman Perry.
I think this is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Corn, would you care to enlighten us on any of, or you have anyone? Chanel, are you gonna do that? Then okay. Okay,
Yes.
Chanel, would
I'm
you?
gonna yield to Chanel anyway, so however we get there.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, we're asking for approval for our final fiscal year 2023 budget amendment. This is to include $201,469 in revenues, a total of $5,564 in expense, and transfers. In the revenues, is $1,000 for restricted donations. This is for the Safe Haven or Baby Box. This is to bring this in line, the budget in line with actuals. In the Cannabis Fund, this is to establish a budget. We are being required by DFA to keep this in a separate fund. In the expense and restricted donation, this is to bring the Baby Box or Safe Haven budget in line with actuals. And in the Cannabis Fund, again, to establish a budget for administrative fees. In transfers, we are asking for to establish a budget for indirect costs between landfill and wastewater and the general fund. These were not originally included in the budget. Also an increase for museum, zoo, and golf between the general fund to increase to bring in line with actuals. And in capital improvements, an increase in transfers. We zeroed the capital improvement fund cash balance out based off of the approved preliminary fiscal year 24 budgeted projects. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions of Chanel for Councilman Foster?
I just had the expense of the 4924, was that our expense of setting up that account, or what was?
It's not in, it's a part of the administrative costs. So when we receive cannabis, just like when we receive GRT, there's administrative fees that come along with that.
And is that what's charged just from DFA, or is that?
Yes,
Okay.
from the state, that is what's.
Okay, so
been-
that's their take back
Right.
for sending it to us. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Councilman Perry?
And Mr. Mayor, this doesn't necessarily have to do with what we're discussing, except for I just want to say it's always proper when we have employees that have served the city of Roswell well, and I asked her permission before I said anything. Chanel has served the city very well, done a great job for us, and she is taking on another venture in life and leaving us, and I just want to let her know we highly appreciate all that you've done for the city of Roswell, and look forward to what the Lord has for you in the future. And also, Mr. Fuentes, Juan Fuentes, his is a little different. He's just old and retiring. But I just want to say to Juan, he's been a very good friend in the years that he has been here, and he's been a very committed employee to the city of Roswell, and has served with dignity, both of you have. And just want both of you to know that I really appreciate what you've done, and I look forward to hearing what the future holds for you. Godspeed to both of you.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. I thought Juan in some high-level conversations yesterday morning. Oh, wasn't that yesterday or the day before? You had it over there at Martine's. I thought you were in high-level conversation.
That's right, Mr. Mayor, that was this morning.
Oh, this morning. Well,
It was over breakfast, so
I
maybe the
didn't wanna-
breakfast kind of already
I didn't
went out
want
your
to cause
system,
all
right?
the problems, but. All right. Any further comments? Thank you all, thank you both for all you've done. Well, I don't know who we're gonna get to. She was always such a nice go-between, between us and Janie. So. But, anyway. All right. So, any further comments? Seeing none, if the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Aye.
Counselor Corn,
Yes,
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
yes,
Counselor Sanchez, Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Thank you. By vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Item, Resolution 23-35, approving the year-end budget adjustments for year ending June 30th of 2023 is passed. Next, we go to item 4. Item 4 is Resolution 23-36. Consider adopting a Resolution 2336 approving the final DFA fourth quarter report for the fiscal year of June 30th, 2023. Councilman Corn.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we adopt Resolution 2336, approving the final DFA fourth quarter financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Corn, a second by Councillady Arnold. Okay, Councilman Perry.
Just a correction on the resolution. In the second whereas, the State of New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, DFA, requires the FY '22 fourth quarter should change to FY '23 fourth quarter. I believe that's the only correction.
Okay, if we order that spell check, let's make sure it has numbers check on it too. So, yes, Councilman?
I got a question for Mr. Perry. Councilman Perry, who are you going to assign these duties to? Because you seem to be the one that catches all these. So have you selected someone to take on this responsibility?
So Counselor Stubbs, I think, beat me over the head enough to make this just be ingrained in me. But hopefully all of everybody will read these things and catch them. They are hard sometimes. It's a lot to read, but there we are.
I just want you to sign that.
All right.
You think we could assign that to Rita? Oh, I better not do that. Is there any further discussion on item 4, resolution 2023-36? Seeing none, if the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson, I'm sorry, Counselor Hildenbrand,
Aye.
thank you. Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez. Now Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Okay, moving right along here. Next we have is item 5, under our regular items, resolution 23-37. This is to consider adopting resolution 23-37, the final budget for the city of Roswell for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Representative, or excuse me, Councilman Corn.
Mr. Mayor, we've been at this for a year and a half. I don't call you senator anymore.
Well, I'm a little slower.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we adopt Resolution 2337, approving the City of Roswell fiscal year starting 1st of July 23, ending June 30th, 24. Some of us call it FY 24 operating budget.
Have a motion by Councilman Corn, a second by
Second.
Councilman Hildebrand. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Corn, would you care to, or let's see, who wants to do this?
Mr. Chairman,
Chanel?
I think those two folks over on our left are going
Okay,
to
the
take
other
care
one.
of it.
Ms. Davies.
Yes. In your packet in front of you, you should have beginning cash, which is pages 12 through 14. All beginning cash, beginning balances were updated with 6/30 of 23 numbers. Adjustments that were made to beginning cash are the $1.48 million for the employee insurance bill. We didn't get that paid by June 30th, so we are putting the money back in beginning cash, and we've asked DFA to let us make an adjustment to take it out in expenses. So we've added that to the budget for an expenditure. The same with the $250,000 for the Eastern New Mexico Medical Center bills. We didn't get that paid, and so we've asked to include that in expenditures for 24. Capital improvement, as Chanel mentioned, we have zeroed that out, and we've taken the capital projects to the departments they belong to. And so we have moved the revenue, the beginning cash balances associated with that to the general fund, cemetery, and museum. Golf was another fund that we had taken the golf carts out of beginning cash. The golf carts didn't come in, so we've moved it to the expenditure line 2. That's the changes to the beginning cash on your summary sheet. Are there any questions?
Councilman Perry, do you have any corrections?
Not yet, but hold on.
Moving on to revenue, the revenue pages are 17 through 34. The GRT revenue is on page 35. We had no changes to revenue from the preliminary budget. For transfers, they are pages 36 through 42. Transfers were increased. Museum needed an additional $117,000 to end with a zero cash balance. For DFA purposes, we can't submit a budget with a negative ending cash balance, so we are going to have to transfer more funds into these three departments. Recreation needed an additional $325,000, and golf needed the $377,000 for the golf carts. Any questions on transfers? Personnel will be pages 43 through 61. When we attended the preliminary budget, we were met by RPD, and one of the items, we had missed the uniform allowance in RPD. It's $85,000. So we went ahead and added that in the preliminary budget because we knew it was missing and it's part of the union contract. We also missed the increase for the municipal court judge. In January, a raise increase would go in for that position, so we have added that. And then we had an error in the recreation personnel costs, so we had to add another $267,000 in there. In operating expenses, that's pages 62 through 124. We removed the fire, the ambulance cost for the fire department of $117,000. And then in operating expense, we had to add the $1.48 million for the employee insurance. We also added in expense $250,000 for the Eastern New Mexico bill. All grants, any grants that we receive, if we received updated grant information between preliminary and final budget, we were allowed to update those to the actual grant balance, and we gave all of the grants full budget authority, which would mean their ending cash balance would be zero. The same with restricted donations. Any donations that were received in the year, we have given them full budget authority for those donations. Capital is pages 125 through 143, and the only change we had there was the golf carts were added into the capital line item because they were not received by June 30th. Those are the only changes we've made from the preliminary budget, so we stand for questions.
Was there any reason what they said why the golf carts didn't come in? I thought we had, those were already lined up.
They weren't finished. We do have golf carts, and I believe they're from the same company that we're leasing some from right now.
Mayor, councilors, right now, hopefully we'll get them soon. There are 2 fleets ahead of us, so once those are delivered, we'll have ours. However, in the meantime, we are not paying any rent on the golf carts that we have now. So we negotiated that. What we have is free, just because we had to wait a little bit. A couple months, I hope.
Well, that'll cause a windfall out there for the golf.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are they all white?
Do what?
Are the
Pardon?
golf carts all white?
I'm not sure. I think they're kind of a gold color. Something that rubs off real good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. Well, I thought they might match his hair. That's the way he orders them. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Davies.
That's all that we have. We're waiting for questions if anyone has questions.
Councilman Perry for corrections.
No corrections from the information she's given. I said no corrections from the information given.
Well, you're not slipping, are you?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Any further comments from for the budget for item 5 for the fiscal budget for the year of Roswell next year? Okay, seeing none,
No.
I would just like to say one thing about the budget. I would hope that we all look real close at the gross receipts tax things that we're looking, any increases or anything we have about not tying those funds to a specific fund. I understand where they're coming in, but I think the reality that we could have a major water leak, or we could have something where we're gonna have to transfer funds around. I want to be sure that we have the flexibility to do that, because all of our enterprise funds don't have much money in them. They're pretty much deleted, and I think we're gonna need all the flexibility we can have in next year's budget, whether it be salaries or whatever, or how the money comes in. I have not studied how the money comes in, but it's usually, in almost any business, it's cyclical. And so I would probably anticipate that our revenues are not the same every month. So I would just ask that you all consider that and think about that as we go on down the road into this into this current fiscal year that we're in. So that's all I have. Thank you, Representative, I'm sorry, Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's pertinent. I hope that everyone understands, I think we all do, the seriousness of needing something passed and sent to DFA. It's very critical that we have something done. I absolutely do not want to be part of not having something sent forward. But I think from our last meeting when we were doing the preliminary budget, I hope that everybody was able to hear and recognize that I think there's some concerns. I can only speak for myself, but it sounded like concerns from other counselors as well, that some of what was being presented is going to paint a different picture at the end of the year. Now, I know that we can all say that a projection is just that, it's a projection, and that we're trying to get as close as we can. But as I look at I requested information from budget summaries and final information on each of the accounts, from the actuals, from the audit, and a budget is just that, it's a budget. And I said this during the Finance Committee meeting, it's a budget, it's required, but we all know that the budget that we pass is going to be changed multiple times throughout this year. It's going to be updated, we're going to make changes. I want some assurance for the employees that we're going to be very serious about that. I believe, and this is just my personal belief, this is not a knock on anyone on the council, this is just my personal belief, that we are under projecting revenues. And I don't mind, I spoke with Councilor Corn, and I told Councilor Corn that he's more frugal than I am. And that's a good thing. I wasn't taking a knock at him. I said, hey, you are absolutely the one to go to when it comes to finding ways to make sure that we're doing right. And I'm good with that. My difference with the way that I handle my finances at home and the finances of the city is this. With mine, with the city, we are trying to look into the future as well. But I know that one day I'm not going to be working. I know that one day there's not going to be revenue coming into my home from my employment or my wife's employment. Don't necessarily look forward to being an old man, but it's getting closer every day, and the day's going to come when I can't work a 40-hour job and bring in the finances. So I have to put more and more and more and more away. I've got to squirrel that away for the day to come in hopes that if the good Lord leaves me 20 years after retirement, that I've got the money to live off during that time. But I think we all recognize as long as the city of Roswell is here, there's always going to be taxation. There's always going to be revenue. The revenue may not always be what we would like it to be, and that's where we get experts to come in, and we hire experts to give us their best projection of where we can be. With municipalities, the difference is, my personal belief is that the citizens, though we have squirreled away, if you want to say, significantly more than what we had in the past, as I look at the summaries here that I have before me from 2012 through our current recommendation here. In my time with the council, we operated off of a 1/12 reserve for many years. I don't take personal credit for it. I give the credit to a governing body and to ample staff who are wise and helped us do what was requested of them, and that was to get us to a 3/12 reserve. And 3/12 is 2/12 more than the state requires. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of municipalities that have the ability to say that, but we did that. And that came with some opposition, and it was done in a respectful way. Some felt like we needed, and for the very reasons that I'm about to bring out now, that we can't just continue to just hold back on everything. With a municipality, when I am taxed, I don't mind paying any tax that is presented before me when I know that that tax is going to be used for the betterment of my roads, of my police department, of my water utilities, of my sanitation, of my fire department, of ambulance service, I'll throw that one in there, better services in parks and recreation, better services in the library, the list could go on and on and on. And the challenge that I believe that we have, fellow counselors, is that we have to do the best we can with projection, but we don't want to undercut it significantly, because this last year we had significant more come through in GRT than the projection made, and that's a loss. It's a gain in our end capital there. It's a gain when it comes to available cash balance, but it's a loss in how much more roads could have been done. It's a loss with what could have been done in the recreation department. It's a loss with what could have been done at the zoo. It's a loss with what could have been done X, Y, and Z, and we can move down that road many times over. So when you deal with government, there needs to be a tighter finding of trying to get your projection as close as possible, so that you're providing your constituents and my constituents with as much of the money as they are putting forth to the municipality into the services that we are required by the state to provide. So I say again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. I want to support, and I'm not going to introduce an amendment yet, because that's unfair for me to make a speech and then do so. I want to be able to hear from fellow councilors, but I do have an amendment that I'm willing to make. I'm willing to come to the table in good faith and say to this governing body, we have to pass this. We have to pass what's before us and send it to DFA. We've got to do that. At the same time, I want some assurance from the governing body to be able to show our community and show our employees that we are taking very seriously, that their needs are drastically being heard at this time. I won't get into the subject, Mr. Eintema, of our closed session, other than to say we went into closed session to discuss the 1.4, or whatever it is, concerning insurance. I think we can all agree, regardless of what the outcome comes with any of that, we're going to see an increase in health care. So our employees are not only taking a hit with COLA and step increases, but most likely they're going to take a hit with having to pay more for their health care. So I want us in good faith, and I will introduce an amendment here in a moment that I think is a win-win. We'll be able to get this budget, no finagling, no trying to change stuff and cause problems with DFA, and at the same time reassuring our employees and our community that we're going to take this seriously. At this time, because I don't think it's fair to the rest of the council, Mr. Mayor, for me to make those comments and then throw in an amendment, I'll yield for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And one of the things that, changes that we have seen, and a lot of it is just philosophies on how things, different management styles and how things are run. But one of the things that has been prevalent with this current council is we've been told we'll make mid-year budget adjustments. But our budget is very fluid. And a lot of times in the past 12 years that I've been on, we made budget adjustments monthly. And so that's the assurance that some of these changes, some of our budget changes can come other than just mid-year. And the fact that we had a lot of things hit us right as this budget was getting put together for preliminary. A lot of the times in the past, we have changed preliminary budgets, our final budgets compared to the preliminary, but since we've been told that we can't do that by DFA, I haven't been shown where that code was. I agree with Counselor Perry when there's things that we can do for assurances to our employees, and we can go back and look at some of the changes that we can make. I mean, because one of the things that hit us was that 1.5 million for the COVID expenses for the insurance. We still are sitting on $5 million of CARES Act money, which came to us because of COVID. That could be covered. We still don't really know if we're going to have to pay that bill. We still don't actually have that bill. We've just been told that, and we set aside that money. Well, all in all, that's great that we set the money aside, but if we haven't gotten the bill, and with how some of the litigation and things that are going on with that, we may never even have to pay that bill. Some money can be put to better uses to maybe help our employees with COLA. And so with that, I support the idea that we should be changing our budget here shortly, other than a mid-year. I would like to see it changed sooner than mid-year. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I am also concerned with the employees not getting the raise and the cost of living, or getting 1% straight across the board. But I'm also concerned that we as a council have not done our due diligence in spending the monies that we spend. And therefore, it causes problems when you come to the budget. And one of the things that I'm referring to is the $2 million that the insurance paid for a roof at the airport. And instead of using that money to go to fixing the roof, it went into general fund, from what I understand. And so that causes problems when you come to the end of the year to try and find monies for employees. And I know that our finances are really, really tight this year. But I think that we should try or strive to try and see if we can get additional monies, at least for the lower paying staff members, or they get paid the least amount compared to the other ones. I don't know what kind of amendment Councilor Perry is going to make, or whether I can support it or not. But I would like to see, at least for this fiscal year, to see if we can at least come up with an additional 2% on a tier system, and give an additional 2% to staff that are making, and I'm just gonna pick a number out of the air, perhaps $50,000. Just give them an additional 2%, because all the other ones are getting the 1%. And I'm like the other ones, you know, I was under the understanding that the preliminary was just a projection that we had to report to DFA, but then we are being told that we can make the changes, and this is the first year that I encountered this situation that you could make that kind of change, so I wasn't too worried about the preliminary budget when we voted on it, because in my mind, I thought we were going to be able to come back and make those additional changes. But again, you know, my hope is that perhaps we cannot cover everybody as far as staff is concerned, but at least cover the ones that are not making as much money as the other ones are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fuentes, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but for the last time, I'd like to squash about the insurance money and the airport and all that, because I kind of saw you from the side of my eye shaking your head a little bit. Could you please explain where that money went and what it was used for? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best, I did find documentations when the last time I heard that several years back when I was working working on a report for the Air Center. I did find a documentation where the $2 million that has been referenced was deposited in the airport fund. So there is documentation in the system where that money went to the airport. And again, it's been sitting in the airport fund, ending cash balance, but the money did not go to the general fund. The money, the roof money that has been referenced, was deposited in the airport fund.
So it stayed where it was supposed to?
Yes, ma'am.
More or less. It wasn't on a line item saying, oh, it's roofing money, but it stayed at the airport. It did not go into the general fund of the city of Roswell.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Best, like any other reimbursement that we get from the insurance, it goes into a revenue line item. If it doesn't get spent, it stays within that fund. So to answer your question where it was used, I did not see any record of activity at the Air Center to fixing some of the roofs. It's just one of those things that either they were focused on just one particular roof, not so much on the list that money made up all those repairs that were needed. But again, just to answer your question, the money was deposited in the airport fund, and there is record of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to follow up on that issue, if the money is there, then why have we not used it on the roof?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Pisa, and I think that has been part of the issue at the Air Center with the prior staff that was there. I think the focus was should have been on using those funds to fix some of the roofs. Sometimes what I observed at the time is they were caught up with so many other day-to-day activities and putting out fires. There were some roofs that were being worked on, but they never focused on the list of all of the roofs that were submitted to the self-insurance fund to be fixed. And again, that was one of the concerns the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund had as we submitted additional claims, is that you haven't fixed the prior roofs. But the funds were in the airport fund. I'm not sure when you look at the airport fund, again, if there's $2 million in the beginning cash, technically you can say that's part of that. But I can't answer as to why staff at the time did not move forward with fixing those roofs. Some were fixed, but not all of them.
I'm kind of, surprised that this issue has been brought up a couple of times, and nobody has corrected the issue that the $2 million was. And nobody said anything that whatever the statement was made, that it went to general fund, nobody made the correction. And so it continues. But you're telling me that the $2 million are there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Oropesa, what I'm saying is that when you look at your preliminary budget summary, and you look on page 13, this is the beginning cash. No, this is the beginning cash. Okay. When you look at page 13 on your packet, or in the fiscal year 24 budget summary under Fund 5100, you see the beginning cash balance of $9.7 million.
Okay.
And what I'm saying to answer Councilor Best's question is the question of where did those $2 million went? And in the past, when that was brought up, nobody asked the question. I wasn't asked the question, and it was something that as going through some of the old records, it was there. It was the deposit was deposited in the airport fund. So, if the money was deposited in the airport fund, and right now you have $9.7 million, you could say that's still there. It's just, so whether you use it for fixing the roofs, it's a direction by the council as well as staff to say we need to proceed forward, because the records do show that the money was deposited in the airport fund. So when you look at, you have $9.7 million in the airport, one could argue the money's still there.
Okay. And so, when statements like that are made a couple of times and they're not corrected, I'm speaking for myself, have to make the conclusion that the statements are correct. And so when the statement was made that the $2 million was deposited in general fund and nobody corrected it a couple of times, then I came to the conclusion that that statement is correct. But I appreciate you explaining that the $2 million is still there and available for the roof. And so I yield, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I'm passing down the table there a proposed amendment. Let me explain it to you and explain how you're going to see that I've already marked through a section on this, because I want to come to the table in good faith and try to, I don't like to use the word negotiate, but to try to find some middle ground somewhere. On here I had a total of 4 directives in here. One of them would have been to ask the city manager and the attorney to draft up a resolution to consider by the governing body concerning the municipal league and and I have stricken that off of this completely. Everything remains the same, except for, if you will read the very first bullet point under the now therefore, it would be adopts the final budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 ending June 30, 2023, here and above described, and the second bullet point would read as this: directs the city manager and staff to prepare a budget adjustment resolution for consideration. That's all I'm asking for, is consideration by the governing body during the August 2023 regular meeting, which includes the following provisions: an additional cost of living adjustment of 2% for employees, in addition to the 1% already included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, resulting in a total COLA adjustment of 3%, and an additional 2% step increase as provided for in the compensation plan. Then, if you turn your page over, it would continue to read as the last bullet point: respectfully request its approval from the local government division of the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. So, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that the resolution, as I just read, to make an amendment, striking the language that you have stricken there, to add now the consideration of bullet point 2 there.
Second. I don't guess so. Can I give it to you when I'm done? I can't hear what you're saying, please.
I'm saying.
You are
now
correct, sir.
therefore, you said adopts the final budget for fiscal year 23-24 ending June 30, 23. I believe that should read June 30 of 24, sir.
I think we have found my replacement.
I couldn't help myself, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just make a brief explanation, and I will be brief. I think that this is not forcing this governing body to do anything. It's just, it's allowing for the process to be heard. I believe there is room, and I've said this before. I've been asked where I can find it at, and I've shown where it can be found at, and I think that if we take a serious look at this, that this can come back before this governing body for consideration. I make no threats when I say this. I want to get this budget passed and sent to DFA, and I want this to be able to be sent to the local government division. And by the way, the local government division and the DFA doesn't care what extra things we put in here in our resolves. I already checked that out, and everything's good with having this in there. This just gives us the opportunity to ensure that we're going to take a serious look at this. I yield.
Okay, next we have Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I've got 2 concerns. This is a standalone resolution as I read it, so maybe we ought to, I'm saying this looks like a standalone resolution, the way it's drafted. And I will tell you, and I believe Councilman Hildebrand was also in the room when the union representative was present, that you can't be making big swings, and what you're talking about here is $1 million plus a 2% step increase. I guess that would be $2 million. Shift in the budget less than 30 days. I don't operate that way. I told the union representative at our meeting at the last, not the last one, the last regular finance meeting, that that I was open to taking a look at this at mid-year, because it gives us an opportunity to see if our budget income projections are on schedule, above schedule, or below schedule. You can't do it next month. I'm sorry. That just doesn't make sound fiscal sense to me. If I've got the money, I don't have a problem. If I don't have the money, then I got a problem. And everybody sitting up here has a problem if, for whatever reason, revenues don't come in as projected. And 1 month, we're not going to be that much different than we are right now. And I'm just concerned that with this language in here saying August 23 of the regular meeting is not a good thing. If you would put it in down the road in December or January of December of 23 or January of 24, then we've got a chance to see what the projections are. One of the problems I've had, Mr. Mayor, as your chairman of your finance committee, is it's very difficult to go back and look at prior history. Well, and the reason for that is we got a new bookkeeping system somewhere. I don't remember when that happened. That happened before I got here. And so to go back in those old records is difficult. So it's hard to go back to 2012. When did we go live on
Tyler?
Tyler? Anybody remember?
The July 1st of 19.
So anything back 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, it takes one of the team members' time to go back and pull up all those old records. And it's really getting real close in many instances, comparing apples to oranges, because the line items change and this and that changes, state law changes, so your income numbers shift because they take off dedicated revenues and they don't put that money in. That's one of the things about the 16th that we talked about last night. It no longer comes through, as I understand it, from the state as a line item in the makeup of your gross receipts tax. Because as far as they're concerned, it's not a special line item anymore because they changed the state law. And so now staff, because of our ordinance, is having to go through and calculate out that 1/16. If I do it, I'll get a figure. Janie does it, she'll get a figure, may not be the same. Chad does it, he's going to get a figure, and none of them may be the same. They could all be off by several $1,000s because it's really a difficult thing when you look at taxes. It's not a straight line number that you're looking at. It's a geometric thing when you're talking about percentages or decimals and all that stuff. So I've already given my word to the representative that was at the finance committee. I can't recall the gentleman's name. I've got his card somewhere. That we'll look at this. I don't have any objection to looking at it. But what we have done for the employees is, in this budget, is we increased several people up to, and we've established a 15-hour minimum starting wage. That alone cost us $500,000. That's in here. So we're trying, and And I know it upset some people, been here for a long time, finally got to that threshold. I love them. We got hardworking employees out there doing the work that they are hired to do. But when you make adjustments, it's never everybody's happy. You always upset somebody as you're making these adjustments. I don't care who you are or what you're doing. And then we had a whole list of unanticipated increases. $11 million worth. Well, it's not quite that much because we've adjusted some of that. And we've got this special audit going on. We've got it budgeted for $200,000. Is that enough? Is that too much? I don't know. Because the bid that we've accepted, and we've really had a gun to our head because it's under the state auditor's order. We get to choose who's going to do the audit, but we have to pay the bill. And it's an hourly rate based on how much time they spend on it. And we've already sent them a check for $30,000, $32,000. And we got a little glimpse of what they're looking at the other day, and they just looked to me like scratching the surface. They haven't really dug in anywhere. And it's put a great deal of stress on our finance team because they've been trying to get the books balanced to close the books for this fiscal year, FY23, and get all the stuff for us to consider going forward in FY24. Plus, they get these calls from these special audit people saying we need this, this, and this. And there was some complaining going on that the files that they were requesting were so big it was difficult to send it to them by email. And that was another issue that I think has been addressed. So we don't have that problem anymore. But initially it was a problem because we were trying to comply with the state auditor, and we were having difficulty doing it because the files were too big and they couldn't send it. So I object to this resolution. I feel your concern, and I've already made a verbal commitment to the union representative that we'll look at this. But I got to have time to see if our projections are low, high, or right on the mark. If they're right on the mark or low, then we can't afford it. If it's high and there's a continuing trend, we missed it for the first 6 months, and every month was high, then I'm pretty comfortable. If 1 month's low and the other one's on the mark and the next one's up a little bit, I don't know. I got to look at that a little bit more. So time is your friend. It's also your enemy. It's unfortunate that we got these last-minute unanticipated increases, 1.4 for the ambulance, TSA settlement for $2 million, our insurance for our buildings in the city, 1.7. Nobody, because I asked those questions early on when we started discussing this budget. What are insurance increases for health and insurance? And at that time, when we had this conversation, we didn't know. Then we get this additional medical bill for 1.5 that's questionable, but it's prudent for us to get it in our books. Lawsuits do what lawsuits do. And I understand there's a lawsuit been filed fighting that, and that's fine. I wish them the best of luck. But the outcome, whichever way this lawsuit goes, let me assure you that the cost for medical insurance for our employees is going to go up. It's going to go up. And so we're in a very difficult fix. This is the best, I think, best budget we can put together, given what we see coming down the road. So I object to this amendment, although I think it's a standalone resolution. And we're going to be looking at this stuff. We're going to be looking at this stuff very often, and we're going to look at it very seriously. Every month, as you know, Counselor, you're on Finance Committee, we get those projections of our revenue income. And we'll see if there's a trend starting or not, whichever way it goes. Maybe we're spot on. Hopefully we're spot on. I don't know what we would do if we missed this sucker and we were way short. What are you going to do then? So I'd rather be high and be able to take care of needs at mid-year or possibly end of year than it will be trying to figure out how you're going to claw money back out of a budget that we approved. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am concerned about this budget. And some of my concerns go back to some dialogue that we've had in the past. If you look at page 47, we have continued to grow government in this city. 695 employees. That concerns me. Because I think, Councilor Perry, you talked about that several meetings ago, and we've continued to grow government. And so that concerns me a lot. That I'm not here for laying people off, but I'm concerned about the growth of government and what the continuing operating costs of wages are going to be next year, year after, year after. Got to look into the future. The other thing that concerns me with this budget is when I look at what our new adjusted beginning cash is, and it's $22,734,000. Well, we increased that by $3,587,000 for expenditures that didn't take place in 23. So that you bring that balance down now to $19,147,000. And now we're to have a projected ending cash balance of $13,789,000, which means we are spending $5,358,000 in excess of our revenue right now. We're going into the cash. So that concerns me about this budget. That it's going to have to be relooked at, but I think August is way too soon, but it does need to be looked at. Why are we spending more than we're bringing in? That concerns me. So I stand with that, and I can't support this from the fact of now you want to give 3% COLA, 2% step, that's 5%. That is above last month's inflation rate. The Federal Reserve, or the Department of Labor, I guess, reports those, and that number was running at 3-point-something%. So your proposal is more than that. This 2% step increase was never on the table at our budget preparation. That's put together by staff, which is not my budget, it's their budget. And I'm here to approve their budget. But I am willing, again, as Mr. Brooks made the presentation, all he asked for us to do is to look down the road to see what we could do for the employees, and we gave him our word, and I think our word is strong enough that we take a look at this at some point down the time. 1/12 into the current fiscal year is too soon. I think that Mr. Cole was very capable as our city manager to come back and make recommendations to us as a council to improve them. We've hired him to run this city and not for us to micromanage this city. And I think this is micromanaging Mr. Cole, and it's up to him to do that. So, I yield.
Thank you, Mayor. So I look at that and see that we have 695 employees. But then I look at this budget that was forced pretty much down our throat, and Spring River Zoo went from $819,000 budget for personnel to $535,000, a 35% cut. Our recreation went from almost $900,000 to $573,000, a 36% cut. So my whole thing, and what has been reiterated several times by counselors who have been here several years, is our preliminary budget never was, in the past, held to be our final budget. We could go through July when we finally find out our actual ending balances. We could tweak different accounts, different parts of it, and now we're being told we can't. So with this, it's not saying that we have to vote for a 2% COLA increase and a 2% step. It just needs to be brought to us to see if there's ways of doing it so that we can tweak it. Since we can't tweak it in July, we tweak it in August. Because our projections are low in our revenue GRT. What I'm saying, and what this has done for me, is makes me comfortable to vote for this budget. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable voting for this budget. That's what I'm telling you. And we need 6 votes. This is not saying we have to pass this in August. It just needs to be brought to us if there's ways of doing it. And the fact that up here I gave my word in mid-year that we would do this, and you know, if we have the money at mid-year or by the end of the year, so it already got moved to the end of the year. And that's my problem. We've never held ourselves to a mid-year budget adjustment. This government, this city fluctuates enough that every month we've had budget adjustments, and we needed to. And the fact that we're not saying we have to have this 2% increase or the 2% step, we just want it looked at in August, is not being forced. But like I said, I can't vote for this budget straight off if I don't have guarantees that we will at least look at it in the coming months, and not saying 6 months down the road or 12 months down the road. I yield.
Mr. Mayor, I cannot cite any time where Councilor Corn or Hildebrand or anyone else has not stood behind their word. Can't point to that. But I'd like to say, let's put our word on paper, and I don't like the word compromise, but I'm trying to find a way to be able to at least assure that we are going to indeed look at this. And I will not support a wait till December or January. I think that I recognize projections. I recognize looking at what we're bringing in. But we don't just start today and forget about what's happened in the past. We look at what happened last month. We look at what happened the month before. The projections that we have made have been based off of what we've had coming in, what we have seen. I don't know to ask Ms. Davies or Mr. Cole or Mr. Fuentes, but for fiscal year 23, what was our yearly profit? I know it wasn't I don't want to, and I'm not saying that to ask you to answer that, but I think that in the end, that as I look at the sheet here, looking now, I know we can't look at all funds, but when I look at the all funds actuals from the audit, it's pretty significant. I recognize you've got general fund, you've got the different funds. I recognize that. I've got, but we have to take those things into consideration. We don't just start the year and pretend like nothing's ever happened in the city before. We look at those projections of what happened in July, what happened in May, what happened in March, what happened in January. We look at those things. We look at what's happening on a, whether national level or state level. I recognize all of those things. I'm trying to come to a place at the table. We may not all agree on how we're getting there. I'm putting out that olive branch and trying to find a way. This is not strong-arming or forcing anyone into providing any kind of increase in August. It's assuring that something will be brought to the table for consideration. If it's not feasible, if it's not plausible, we vote it down. It's done. We move on. That's all I'm asking for. I yield.
So, as Counselor Berry here says, we're supposed to bring all of our experiences, whether we're mothers, dads, teachers, business people, to this plate. Our employees are our most precious asset, because without them, we do not have a city. You can't leave them at the same thing, and everybody else's cost of living goes up, so forth and so on. I agree with Counselor Perry. This is an olive branch to bring it back to the table sooner than later. Your word is not strong enough. History has personally shown me this. Everyone says that I'll give you my word. History has shown me throughout the years, in my short 60 years on this life watching, it is not strong enough to commit for me that it will come back. So I will not vote on this budget unless this amendment is brought forward. So you'll lose my vote there.
Okay, so you have a lot of time sitting here and things just run through your head, but first I would actually like to thank Councilman Perry for, he's been consistent at trying to work on this. I would have to say that, I'm going to say that timing is everything. In many sense of the word, timing is everything. And I respect Councilwoman Best's concern on history of things, of the value of word. But I think it's been 7 months. 7 months that I have been meeting, having conversations with workers to find out what they're going through, to find out how they're living and how they're making it, many of which are my constituents. And when I say timing is everything, timing came, $15 raise increase was considered, a lot of help from Councilman Oropesa pushing that. Timing came on the push for the CDL raises, that happened. And timing will inevitably happen at the appropriate time, because there are people and council members pushing. What I really wish about timing was that there were 4, maybe 5 other opportunities to present this amendment and have an open conversation. But at the last moment, the last time when I don't have the appropriate time to actually follow up and assess, see what this actually means, talk to certain people, I do kind of consider that strong-arming, because it's either I do this or I've been put in a position where I look bad. And the whole 7 months that I've been working to advocate for blue-collar workers, that doesn't go out there. What goes out there is that Mr. Perry, or Councilman Perry, put me in a strong position where I had to make a decision or look bad. And I don't appreciate that at all. So, unfortunately, I'm going to continue keeping my word as I have for a long time to many of the workers, many of the constituents in my area, and I won't stop fighting because I actually believe COLAs and step raises aren't even where we're at. There should be a lot more, but it actually takes time to prepare for that because you have to also have additional revenue. So not only do you work on how to figure out how to pay this, but you also get out there and you have the meetings that create additional revenue so that we can pay our people more. Because we're kind of upside down right now. You can't you can't get blood from a turnip. So while I respectfully say that I do appreciate the fight to actually get this COLA, I really wish it would have been better timing.
Thank you, Councilor Arnold. You know, I've been quiet. Everybody's talked probably once or twice with me. And I'm going to tell you, I think this is a committee system. It works. We've been through this. We've been discussing these issues. We've been discussing the needs of the city. We've been discussing how there's no monies left in the enterprise funds and any of our major enterprise funds. We've looked at that. We've talked about that. We've talked about what happens if we have a problem. I think we've talked about salaries to people. We've told them what we could do with the budget money we have. And I'm going to tell you, you know, it's time that we move on down the road and we look out for what we're doing. We know what happens if we have a major water leak. It's probably going to have to come out of the general fund again. We know what, you know, we've looked and seen, you know, the situation on where we are on the status of our trash trucks. We've looked and seen that we have some real significant needs and no money to address it. And that's why I tell you we need to have some money in the general fund, but they always say we have 3/12. Well, 3/12 isn't enough when you're looking at the whole budget to solve a problem like this. I'm going to tell you, let's stop a minute. We all talk real big about policemen. We have people on this council who went to the governor to get money for police cruisers. Yes, we do. Right now, we have 7 Crown Victoria vehicles that are 12 to 15 years old that we're asking our policemen to drive each and every day. We have 6 Explorers. One of them might be a Tahoe, but that's pretty close. That's close enough for horseshoes. And we got 6 of those. And they average over 150 or 60,000 miles on each one of them. How safe do you feel, and how good do you feel putting a policeman out there to run through traffic at high speeds, chasing someone in one of those vehicles? Now, is it tough? Can we say give them all a 2% raise? Or do we buy the police vehicles? I don't know. We felt in our committee came up that we could have a 1% raise and start addressing the needs that we are going to have to address to keep a safe workforce for our people, to keep our people safe, and to keep us having water. You know, we all looked at that tough. How many years was it they said we went back to see those leaky water tanks out there that control all the water in the city? 11 years. And we're finally going to have a council that's going to address it. You know, that makes pretty good sense to me about the water and the safety of our people, because nobody is safe if you don't have drinking water. No one is safe. And so we come in at a last-ditch deal like this when it should have been brought much earlier and said, you know, and where we could discuss it, and come in with a grandstand thing, just like the other day there was a grandstand thing about saying, oh, we got to give them 2 or 3%. We got to do that and everything. And, you know, that was just the other way at the other meeting. And I sit here and look and I say, you know, we've come together, it's gone through our committee system, and we have to have faith in each other on all this stuff. And then I come around and somebody says, a counselor stands up and says that, you know, some of our words aren't good. Well, I take offense to that, because her word better be good. All of our word better be good to each other, because those words aren't just to us, they're to the people. And you damn sure better speak the truth to the people. And I think that this is a responsible budget. I think that we've tried. If you choose to vote it down, vote it down. But I'm going to tell you that I'm sitting here looking about where we are. And I'm not comfortable putting policemen out there, even if it's only 7 of them, in a 12 to 15-year Crown Victoria. No other police department in New Mexico probably has Crown Victorias except Roswell. Those cars are 12 to 15 years old. And you know, then you turn around and say, oh, we got some other police cars. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of police cars we bought that were used. Now that ought to make those policemen feel safe. They'd already been gone around and people drove them all around for 70 or 80,000 miles before we got them. No telling what kind of chases they've been through or accidents. You know, I think that what we're doing now is wrong. I think our committees have gone through here. We have looked at this. They've studied it. And there was, if you wanted to bring a motion, you know, that could have been brought long before today in a grandstand motion. That could have been done that way. And then to me, when I turn around and look, oh, this has to be done by August. I guess it's because he's leaving in August, so he says it's got to be done because he couldn't trust us to do that too. I take offense to that because I think that that's wrong. I trust the members of this council and this committees, and I wouldn't put them on there if I didn't think they'd be telling us the truth each and every day. And I'm going to stand by that. I think this is a responsible thing to do. I think we've been upfront with everybody, and people can vote wherever they want. That's fine. But I really think, you know, there's people on this council that are here have done hours and hours of time on different things. And it's just like what we had with the best friends last night. What a remarkable thing that we've gone from groups that absolutely hated our animal people to all of a sudden now we've got people that we're working together. And I commend Councilor Halverson for that. It's a great thing. It's government at its finest. And if I look at the Councilor Arnold on the time that she spent working and looking after homeless and trying to find solutions to homeless, it's unbelievable. Councilman Corn is a little different, and sometimes I call him a representative because that's exactly how the representatives work in Santa Fe. When they got to the budget, they watch it, they live it, and they breathe it, and they believe in it. And that's exactly where he is. And I can turn around and I look, Councilman Arpressa, he's out here helping us all the time. I mean, you know, we're all in this thing together. And, you know, I look, Councilor Savino shows up all the time, and, you know, we're all in this thing together. There is not a one of us that liked giving a 1% raise to our employees. But that's where we need to be because of the cards we have been dealt. And you know, I believe that. I have no problem looking at any of this stuff if the worms turn and we can get around and get back into a proper situation where we have some money in the funds to where we can take care of the needs of our city and have planned for a few emergencies, then I think that's exactly where we're going to be. I would also just like to say I find it really strange that after all this time, we've talked, and I've probably been one of the worst. To sit there and say taking $2.4 million or whatever it was out of the airport funds and putting it in the general fund last year and putting paying salary increases with it. Why in God's green earth did it have to wait until today? I've never been quiet about that one. And it wait till today to where we had a revelation. Amen, brother. We had a revelation. And this to me is very upsetting, because I think we were in here and we've got a budget. It's going fine. And I think it's all in there. There's not a one of us that wanted, with today's rates of inflation and our people that we have, didn't want to do more for the employees. Because if you remember back when they were testifying, there was one man that got up and said, I work for the water department. And you know what that's like? It means when you have a leak at 1:30 or 2:30 in the morning and it's 3 degrees outside, he's got to go to work. And he didn't feel right about a 1%. I've been there and had to do that myself. I know what it's like when it's colder than hell and you got to go out and fix a water line. And it's just really too cold to go do it. But they do it. So, there's a lot in there that we have to look at. But give us a chance. There's not one of these counselors that is not going to sit there and think about the best interests of every one of the employees that we have. And you can talk about the zoo if you want, and you can talk about that, but 4 years ago, I think, didn't the zoo get like $300,000 and it jumped to $1.3 million or something when we started looking about all that stuff? I'm just looking, but, we have a lot of needs in this town and we have very little money to pay for it. We need money in the general fund so we can address the emergency situations we're going to be placed in this coming year. That is my firm belief to the bottom of my heart, because I've seen how much money we've spent last year, and it was a lot in the needs of our community. And it's not just, employees aren't the only thing we have to look at. We have to look at the water department, we have to look at the ambulances, we have to look at everything in here. And even if it means paying a little extra money to put a baby box in there to save some people, that to me makes pretty good sense too. Because we've all seen what happens to children that are abused. So, I think this is a good budget proposal. And I think it's worthy of it, but I don't think it's fair to come in and say, when you have policemen that are out there, 100 should have 120, we got about 100, give or take a few, and to put 13 of them in vehicles that are, in all practical purposes, have outused their useful life and certainly outused the position of them being safe to drive. And so, I think we have a lot to do. We have a tough road to pick and choose, but I think we've picked and choosed, and I think we need to go with that. Doesn't mean we can't address this. I don't think I need anyone to tell me that I have to do this or else by August. I don't feel like that's anyone's rights that I have to do that. We will do it when this council, the finance committee, and all our committees come together and tell us what they think we need to do. We're going to weigh it in here, and then we will make the appropriate decision by the members of the council. That's exactly what we should do. And I commend Councilman Corn, and I think that we have a responsible budget that is defendable, and it's not the final one. We can still come and change it. change it as we go along. There's a process to change it, and that's all we have to do to change it. So I would hope we pass this. Thank you. Next, Councilman Orpressa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have to say that I also believe this is a standalone resolution and should not be attached to the budget. But I also find some areas of concerns that, you know, the 2%, the 3% COLA and the 2% step increase, those were main items that were being discussed over and over at the Finance Committee. And so my thinking is that if they weren't able to come up with a 3% COLA and a 2% step increase by today or by the time that we voted on the preliminary budget, I don't think that they are going to come up with it in 1 month. The problem that I see with this resolution is the time frame that is put on it. Because if you say that you bring it back in August, obviously it's going to be turned down again if it's turned down today. And so is that the end of the road for our staff? Did we satisfy our staff by saying we'll bring it up in August and hopefully that you'll consider it? Well, we'll consider it and discuss it, but if it's turned down, does that mean that we're not going to be looking at it anymore? To me, the way it is written, it kind of gives our staff false hope. False hope in the sense that they're hoping that it comes to the council and hoping that it will get passed, and then I think we all know it's not going to get passed in August. And so, you know, I am a strong union believer. I've been on both sides of the fence. When I worked with the state, I was the state president for ASME for a couple of years before I became, before I got promoted. And I think as a union person, you fight as hard as you can and you try to convince the governing body of the needs that you have. But you also realize that after the fight is over and done with, you have to accept and move forward. And I would be the first person fighting for the union people because of my background. And I realize how bad of a situation we are in financially, at least this year. And, you know, and if you go back historically, and some of the older as far as experience is concerned, that have been around with the city, may remember that back in 1999, 1998, 97, somewhere in that time frame, the city was in a very bad situation to the point where they mandated all employees to take 7 days off without pay. And I think it happened a couple of times. And I say it because my wife is a retiree from the city of Roswell, and she was working with the city at that time. And so she had to take those 7 days off, not concurrently or consecutively,
but they had a choice, but they had to take 7 days off without pay. And I know that's not a consolation for our staff at this point in time, but we're still in a bad situation, but we are not in such a type of situation that they had to suffer back then. And I would say that I would be the first one fighting for the union if I knew that we were not, that we had the money and were being tight with the money. But at this point in time, you know, I'll be truthful. This is the very first time that I have really understood the budget. And I've been able to look at the budget and see that the expenditures versus the revenues, the expenditures outweigh the revenues. And so when you have that kind of situation and some unexpected expenditures coming in, you know, it puts you in a bad situation. And I'm hoping that for next year, and I'm hoping that it doesn't take a resolution like this for staff to continue looking at it and hopefully come up with some resolutions. And for me, just what I said a while ago, I am hoping that perhaps we can look at the bottom people that are making less money, that perhaps we can at least address those individuals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not plan on saying much more, but since my testimony is in question by you, Mr. Mayor, I feel compelled to stand for that. And I'll do it to the best of my ability without trying to throw any mud. The Bible does say in Romans 12:14, bless them that curse you, bless them and curse them not, so I'll try my best. Couple of things. I've been accused of grandstanding. I don't apologize for being capable of being a public speaker. I've done it for 30 years in the ministry. I do it every Sunday and Wednesday night and classes and everything else. You get used to speaking to people. You get used to talking, and that's not a grandstand. I've been accused to the 11th hour and bringing something at the very last minute and surprising everyone. That blows my mind, because I remember very candidly in the preliminary budget, very heated conversation of my intentions that we needed to take care of these employees. Maybe I'm the only one who heard that, but to my recollection, unless I'm getting some dementia, I spoke very strongly that something needed to change. And it went on deaf ears. As far as being told that being felt like I'm strong-arming, I felt strong-armed that night that I had. But in that night, unfortunately, here's the sad part of it, Mr. Mayor, is that the state does not require, or the rules do not require a majority of the governing body to pass a preliminary budget, which is actually the most critical thing we're dealing with. Yet today it's going to require a majority of the governing body because it's a resolution. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not strong-arming anyone. If anyone in this room did not know how I felt, but there again, I do agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We are operating differently than we have operated before. I'm agreeing with you 100% on that. There used to be a day that we talked more, and we sat down more, and we communicated more. There have been times when the city managers had to get between me and Dennis Kintai. I remember a conversation with myself and Del Journey when Mayor Journey hung up the phone on me. He called me back and he apologized, and we got ourselves calmed down, and we went back and we sat down at the table and we talked. I make no no excuses of where I stand. And it should be no surprise to anyone in this room as to what I desire. Moving a step forward. The last finance meeting, which I appreciate the spirit of Council Hildebrandt and Councilor Corn. We've moved past that meeting and come in here today and treated each other as gentlemen and treated each other with respect. I hope they can say that I've treated them that way. I've tried my best. That was a different meeting on that day. I think we all got a little bit more heated than we should have. And it's hard to judge what someone's interpretation or what their meanings are when they're over the phone, and I understand that. But I made it very clear then that we needed to see some kind of compromise. So we've got something to send to the state. I'm not trying to strong-arm anyone, and this should not come to any surprise to anyone. The newspaper said how I felt about it. It's been everywhere. I want to address a couple of other things here. Mr. Mayor, I'm a little confused, and I say this with all sincerity. I hear you say our committee got together, and I wrote the words down. Our committee got together, and we decided that 1% is all we could do. But then I hear from my other esteemed colleagues that we didn't put this together at all, that this is our managers and staffs. So I'm confused by that, because that tells me that there were meetings where there's some kind of committee together. I wasn't a part of, and I don't know what other counselors up here weren't a part of, but you don't talk about things that come to you as a surprise. When things come to me through the budget process that we've gone through this time, and I've not had any informal or formal communication, and then I'm told that this is where we're going, and it is a majority, I understand. I want to support. Two other things and I'm done. Mr. Mayor, you've made an accusation against me for going to the governor and asking for police vehicles. And that I do not apologize for either. Word did get back to me, Mr. Mayor, that the accusation was made that it was inappropriate for me to be going to the governor and asking for police vehicles because two of my boys serve the Roswell Police Department. And I do take offense at that. I don't care which ones drive the cars that the governor put forth to give us. I did not go forth with any intention to better myself or to better my boys. I went forward with the top 5 ICIP list determinations by this governing body. I didn't choose the police cars on my own. This governing body chose those 5. I can't remember, Mr. Fuentes, were you with me when I went up there? Was it Councilor Stubbs? Someone went with me, I believe, when I went just to tag along. Maybe Councilor Stubbs, but as we sat there with them, I stayed with the ICIP list, top 5, that this counseling body stood on. So I just wanted to answer to that. And then just say the only last thing is, we keep talking about all the money that's disappearing. I'm looking right here, in all reality, on the general fund budget summary. Now, this is the budget. This is not the end cash balance. I'll be fair to my colleague, Councilor Corn, who says we don't need to go back any further than 2019 because of the way things are. I'll be fair enough. There are 3 years in that time when expenses were higher than revenues. 2 of those times were last year and this year under this governing body. I go to the airport fund. I'm just going to use it alone. I can go through all of them. But the airport fund, does anybody know what the profit was from the airport fund? Not the negative. 4.9 million from the airport fund in fiscal year 2023. I look back through here and I only see 1 year from 12. I see no years from 19 moving forward of any loss. I see profit going up. I don't, this will just be rate, it'll just continue and it'll continue, and I don't desire to do that. There is no desire. If there, Mr. Mayor, as you have made the accusation that I've chosen August because my effective date of leaving is the 31st, as the decision that I communicated with you earlier, Mr. Mayor, I chose the 31st because I feel that's the appropriate date. I did share with you that I can renege on that at any moment. Don't desire to, but I have that ability. I'm, as far as I'm concerned right now, sticking with my August 31, but Mr. Mayor, if it makes you more comfortable in feeling that I'm doing this so that I can pull this in before I get out of here, let someone make a motion to amend the amendment to September. I would be willing, because there again, I'm coming to the table trying to find a place of negotiation here. I believe I'm willing to still support a bad budget, in my opinion, but I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I would see things differently. I am willing to support it. If someone made a motion to amend the amendment to even a October, I would go that far. I won't go further than that, but I'm trying. And I don't think that the name calling from any colleague to another is appropriate at this time. Let's finish this thing well and move forward. I'm trying. I yield.
Councilman Hildebrand.
Councilor Perry, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I will not take a personal attack on my integrity that my word is not good. That turned it personal. We can have differences of opinion up here and different views, but do not ever attack my integrity in public again. I do not do that to you, never have, and never will, but I will not tolerate that any longer. I've never attacked anyone on this dais, their integrity, and I never will. I think you owe an apology, public apology, to every one of these members sitting here by attacking everyone sitting here integrity. Now, Councilor Perry, I can support this if you take out these percentages. That you ask the city manager to come back by October and revisit this, but I'm not going to tie the city manager's hands to premeditated percentages. All I'm going to ask him to do is look at it. But I am almost not willing to support this because apparently my word is not worth a damn here, Mr. Perry. I have a real problem with that. And I think the rest of you councilors should have the same problem that I have. I decided to be on this city council and ran for it, and the citizens voted for me because I am a man of integrity. My father once told me, son, if you don't have integrity or you lose your integrity, you better move out of town because you'll never get it back. Well, I've been here since 1986. There's no reason for me to move because my integrity is still intact. So I have a real difficult time, Councilor Perry, because my integrity was attacked to saying my word is not worth a damn. And so, but I would support this if you strike out all of those percentages and just ask the city manager to do that. But I'm not home free on that yet because I still need an apology. And I think you need an apology. And I think Mr. Sanchez needs an apology. His word is his bond. So you created a storm here. You need to put the storm to bed so that we can move on and get this budget done. I yield.
Councilor Arnold.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment. Please advise me if I'm doing this correctly. I would like to strike.
Cannot
Your
hear.
mic, please.
See, that's exact, I had been told by 2 people that I speak too loud, so I pull it back and I told them that Amalia would get me if I didn't speak into my mic. Anyway, so I asked the guy in the back to monitor me. Okay, so I would like to make an amendment to the amendment to strike the 2 unhighlighted bullet points and actually have it read, directs the city manager and staff to prepare a budget adjustment resolution for consideration by the governing body during the October 2023 regular meeting, which includes, actually period at meeting, and then strike which includes the following provisions as well.
Second.
So on this amendment, we have, you want to strike, on August, we go and you strike after the provisions in August. Okay, you strike the next 2, okay? So on the page after, you change August to October 23rd regular meeting and change the comma to a period. And you change it to October, and so the top half of that amendment would be there. So, and you strike everything else underneath, after the period on the end of the October 23rd regular meeting period, and that's the end of the document. Okay. So, that is a motion we have to, I guess it would be adding this to the, it's a separate resolution. Okay, well, we're on a different matter, because we would have to get, we are on the matter for resolution 23-37. Can we vote that now, or does people not trust each other to pass this new resolution afterwards? Do we trust each other to complete item 23-37? With the understanding, if anyone has any objections to this motion, I think this is exactly what we were going to do anyway. So this doesn't bother me in October, but I don't know about anyone else. Is that agreeable? Would anyone have an objection to completing item 5 before we adopt or try to adopt this resolution?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman
can we
Oropesa.
have a clarification? Are we attaching this resolution to the budget, or are we addressing this as a standalone resolution?
I would believe this would be a separate item.
But the way Councilor Perry introduced it, it seems like it was an attachment to
It's an amendment,
an amendment to the budget.
amendment to the resolution.
Yes, Councilman, Counselor?
Mr. Mayor, yes, so this was proposed as an amendment to the resolution, so it would be voted as one package. So we're doing a little inception here. I guess the first question to clarify, I would suggest, is whether Councilor Arnold's amendment is taken as friendly by Councilor Perry. And if it is, you could then accept that, and the second would have to agree. And then that whole amendment would be voted on to add to the budget resolution as presented.
So the councilman, now let me get this straight. So the amendments to, if they're going to include this in this, it would have to be agreed to by the makers of the amendment for item 5, which was Councilman Corn and Councilman Hildebrand. If they agree with this amendment,
No, oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So the motion was on the table. Councilor Perry motioned to amend, and there was a second from, was it Councilor Best? So Councilor Arnold has made an amendment, and if those two councilors are willing to take it as friendly, there's no need to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So that would be the first thing I ask. If I were presiding, I'd ask if it could be taken as friendly.
Okay, well, Councilman Perry and Councilman Best, would you consider the amendments that have been proposed by Council Lady Arnold as a friendly amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I need to ask Counselor Arnold if she could. Give her just a moment.
Okay.
So I'm in full agreement of what Counselor Arnold is attempting to do. However, I'm not comfortable with the way it was done. So if you'll give me a moment, because the amendment to the amendment would just read, directs the city manager and staff to prepare a budget adjustment resolution for consideration by the governing body during the October 2023 regular meeting, which and the rest stricken. It doesn't say what that amendment's for.
Yeah,
So I
that's
would
actually
request
what
that the.
Councilman Foster just actually pointed out, so we're on the same page.
So my request would be, on that first bullet point, an additional cost of living, COLA, strike the words of 2%,
Okay.
to read an additional cost of living adjustment, COLA, for employees, in addition to the 1% already included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, period. Second one, an additional increase, strike out the 2% step, as provided for in the compensation plan.
Could you repeat that again?
Yes.
Directs the city manager and staff to prepare a budget adjustment resolution for consideration by the governing body during the October 2023 regular meeting, period. First bullet point underneath, an additional cost of living adjustment, COLA, for employees, comma, in addition to the 1% already included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, period. Next bullet point, an additional increase, striking the words 2% step, as provided for in the compensation plan. And instead of the, yeah, that's correct. Is that the intention you had?
Yeah, I was just trying to find a middle ground, and,
Okay.
and I'm always
I
negotiable.
am willing to accept that middle ground, and let's move forward.
All right,
And you
so
would leave, in the last sentence, you would leave the word additional step increase?
No,
would
sir.
take out-
Take out 2% as
Correct. Yes, sir, I'm willing to work with my fellow counselors. Yes, sir.
I
Take
agree
out
as well.
2%. I understand.
So, Mr. Mayor, as it's taken friendly, the motion now on the table is to amend the resolution as just read by Councilor Perry.
Now, I've recognized that and have accepted that. Counselor Best with the second, as yes as well. Thank you.
One more time, please, Mr. Mayor.
If you,
One more time.
well, it's fine, but to me, you're talking about a cost of living increase, COLA up on the top one. And to me, a step increase, and an additional increase in the compensation
your mic,
plan.
please.
If you did the first one, that would be an additional increase in the compensation plan. They would be getting more money than they got before. Isn't that true? If you did item one for an additional cost of living COLA, is that not an increase in their cost of living plan? Which, in my opinion, and that would make, that, if you considered the other one, you don't need an additional increase unless you leave the step word in there. Because a step is a different thing than just a COLA increase.
Should we
you
just
should
add
leave-
an additional step increase as provided for in the compensation plan? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm just saying, aren't they two different things?
Yes, they are, so that makes
So
sense.
you
It
can't
makes
have,
sense.
you can't do one and then say we're not gonna do the other because the cost of living increase, if you take the word step out, is not there.
Put the word step in
So,
there.
I mean, that,
That's easy to resolve. We can just add the word step.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very, very comfortable if Counselor Arnold and Counselor Best are with leaving the word step there, just taking out the word 2%.
Absolutely.
so. Okay, next we have Mr. Foster on the list. Nope, he's
I'm good.
gone.
I'll call. Yeah.
Mr.
I-
Orpesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, even if you take out the 2% step increase, or the 2%, and make it read an additional step increase as provided for in the compensation plan, does the compensation plan, just by referring to the compensation plan, doesn't that kind of imply that there's a 2% increase?
It would allow you to do whatever increase you decided to put in the compensation plan.
Well, no, because the way it's structured is for 2% increase from step to step.
I
So
actually.
you're actually saying, even when you leave the 2%, that you allow an individual to get their 2% raise? Because that's what the compensation chart shows, that it's a 2% increase from one step to the other. And so this is a way of kind of saying, we want to allow the individuals, even if you don't have the money, to be able to get the 2% increase. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we can strike the whole thing.
Well, I can see Councilman Oropeso's concerns about the redundancy there, but sometimes it's actually better if it's actually spelled out, and just actually to make other people who are, would like, prefer the wording comfortable, so I think it's a middle ground. I get what you're saying, but I don't see any harm in actually leaving step increase in there, although you're right, it does create redundancy. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Yep.
call the vote if possible.
So we have Councilman Perry and then Councilman Foster.
To call to vote.
All right. So that's the way it is now. The way we have it now is an additional step increase, whatever that means.
We'll need to
Along
vote
with
on the
other-
call to question.
Okay, that's fine. So we have a motion for the question. All those in favor of calling calling for the question on this item, as we have talked about, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're pretty close there on that one. So with that, we'll have the call for the question. Okay, so since we have a call for the question, Mr. Foster, we're probably not gonna, we voted on the call for the question, means we should have to vote now. So this is on the amendment. So now we have the resolution 23-X, as we have been describing. Is there, if the clerk would call the roll?
This on the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
This is on the amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, just for clarification, we're striking out the last 3 bullet points. Is that correct?
After the word step compensation plan, the last 3, there's direct, the city manager, express support, and authorize. Those have already been removed from the plan.
Okay, just
Okay.
clarifying, thank you.
But, Mr. Mayor, the last bullet point remains, which is on the other side of the page, respectfully request its approval from the local government division of the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. That remains.
Well, I think,
Oh,
I don't know that we need it, but if we,
That's what's in the original resolution.
okay. I don't get, it doesn't hurt anything, I don't guess. I can't see that it hurts anything. Can't see
Okay.
that it helps anything. So that's fine, I think, if ever, does everyone agree with that? Anybody have any opposition to that? leaving the last thing on the back page. So there's no one with any opposition. Okay, now, so the clerk will read that with, as through the words, compensation plan is all in one, and then item, what is respectfully submitted on the back side of that page is part of this amendment. So, that is what we're voting on, and if the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Foster,
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
No.
Counselor Corn,
No.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
No.
Counselor Sanchez, Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
Was 6-3? Is that correct? Okay. Okay, we're back on item 5, which is Resolution 23-37, the final budget for the city of Roswell for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Is there any further discussion? As amended. Councilman Foster, you on here, you off?
No, I'm not. Well, now it's
Councilman
gone.
Corn, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm trying to turn it off.
Okay. All right, since there's no one on, okay, if the clerk would call the roll for the item 5, Resolution 23-37, as amended.
Counselor Foster,
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
No.
Counselor Corn.
Yes, and I need a comment period.
What was that? I'm sorry.
With explanation.
Yeah, we're voting on the final as amended. I vote aye,
Thank you.
and I want to make a comment when we get done.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes, with an explanation.
Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay, 8-1. We have Councilman Corn for a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. One is, I'm not happy with this budget, but I think it's the best we could do, given the circumstances. And I do object strenuously to somebody calling me out when I've already given my word. They're entitled to their opinion, but there's no place in a public meeting for those kind of comments. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the importance of passing the final budget, and and that is the reason that I voted yes, not that I really support the amendment. I supported the budget the way it was presented, but in order to be able to move forward, I felt necessary that the budget needed to be passed, and that's the reason that I voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe, Madam Clerk, I don't believe there's anything else to come before us, is there? You know, if we could stay 5 more hours, we'd be here as late as we were last night.
No, I think we're done, Mayor.
Okay. We'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Probably best.
Yes, I told him you would be late.